And I think we're back. Hopefully it works. We got a camera here. That looks a little better. Hopefully it doesn't die again. Sorry about that, everyone. Um, technical headaches. They are what they are. Right? But we got a camera now. Yay! So we'll figure it out from here. And hopefully we'll be, doing a little better. Will be so. Let me just get the music going now. Just putting everything back together piece by piece, right? Appreciate you guys for sticking with me here. It's a bit of a headache, but I think we got it figured out now. Hopefully. Knock wood. So I'm just going to flip this back. And hopefully you guys can hear okay, see okay. We got chat back up here. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Sorry I kind of shooed everyone away there for a moment. But yeah, here. We got a better view now. Hopefully that'll look good. Hey JP, good to see ya. Here, see we got our camera back. For how long? I don't want to jinx it, so I'll just say for as long as it'll happily stay. Big camera. Oh jeez. I took its memory chip out. I think what it was trying to do was trying to like record onto its own internal memory and not the computer. I think that was what the problem was. Okay. I like it. Well, thanks for stopping by, JP. I'll catch you tomorrow or tonight, my tomorrow. We can ride out or we can GTA it up. Whatever you're feeling, man. It's your stream. I'm just there to help, bud. Okay, yeah, no pressure, no rush, man. Like I always say, man, family first. Family first. So enjoy your lunch. Uh Here, I'm gonna shoot some hearts for you. Gonna go the other way. 100, there's some hearts. There we go. Enjoy the lunch, and I'll catch you later, buddy. Family first, always. All right. So, I don't want to jinx it and say we're back in business, but I think we're looking pretty good. We're looking better at least. I'm gonna go back to some speed paints and some other paints here. Grab a little bit of this, a little bit of some greens. Use a metallic green for the eye, I think. That'll splash a little bit of that. I'm thinking maybe some Fire Giant Orange. What do you guys think? Some Grim Black. Take care, JP. I'm not sure if he's lurking in the corners quietly, but I have another gamer friend out and about. Uza7, if you're hiding around in the corner here, I'd love a little shout out, bud. Over. But yeah, maybe if you want to get in on it too, man. I know if we're on the Grand Theft Auto tomorrow and jump in the stream with us, dude. We can all ride out together. Bigger posse. The bigger the gang, the better in Grand Theft Auto. You need all the manpower you can get. So I think I'm gonna start with just some light zealot yellow. Boop, boop, boop. Few drops, just see how that looks. I'm gonna go on his back here. Just gonna take that. I'm not gonna dilute this. I'm just gonna brush it in raw. Pretty good. I do like this yellow. It's belly. That's so there we go. Get up under there. Lag out a bit. Boop. Is that like an armpit? Does that count as an armpit in there? Right up in here? I don't know if that's an armpit or not, but I'll call it the armpit. Oh, my computer's making noise. Are you crashing on me again? Better no. Oh, watching you. Not you. The computer. It's like, oh. Nope, that's the wrong one. I wanted that. Always alert. So going, we'll do a little bit on this side too. Gotta keep going with his underbelly there. Tyler, what's up, man? Good to see ya. Yeah, man, I'll be going for a while. I actually just had to shut my stream down and kick it off again because one of my cameras died. We were stuck looking at this thing from up here, which isn't a very flattering angle. It's better than nothing, but definitely not my best cam. So, yeah, dude, thanks for dropping by and saying hi. Are you playing? Like, is it a game, a practice? You know, some shimmy? Uh, or is it like a league? I don't know. If you got to run for hockey, you know, I'll grill you with the questions when you get back. Did you win? Hit you with all that good stuff later. Right. Hold this out a bit. I'm gonna go with this Rim Black. This is going to be a risky one to use. So I'm only going to use a little tiny bit, and I'm going to dilute it. Okay, skills class. Okay, cool. Oh man, dude, goalie's a tough position. Like I've used to play lacrosse when I was a kid, and I kind of like basically our team was going to default and forfeit one game because we didn't have any goalie. So I kind of took the community like donor pads and was just like, suit me up, throw his jersey on, and I'll play net this game. And oh man, that's an unforgiving. Being in net it's high pressure, like on your heart and on your body. I hope I'm not screwing up by putting this grim black on. I immediately feel like I am. He's got these little stripes here. I'm just gonna try to stripe very lightly with these. Gonna put little strips in. Crossplay would be brutal. Yeah. I don't know, man. A puck is pretty unforgiving. Yeah, the lacrosse players can break your ankles horribly. They just left, right over your shoulder. Nah. But like, a puck doing 100 miles an hour, that's no joke. That's there's a reason why, you look at all those goalies back in the day. It's like they were always the toughest guys on the team. Trying to make sure I get these right. Get the stripes right. Go. Be who? Almost wondering. Yep. Whether I should. I'm gonna sponge some of that back. Dry my brush off. Poke at some of these pools. Send that back. Take some dirty yellow up here. Try mixing some of that grim black, some of that zealot yellow together. It's gonna make this kind of muddy yellow. Put on so it's not as nice as his body. It almost looks like it's a little olive. The black and the grim black and the zealot yellow, but the grim black is very diluted. I think that's kind of what I would see too. I'm gonna go back to his face, start poking that zealot yellow into where I put the black. Areas cracked. I want a lot of the outermost of his carapace to be yellow. Having this kind of black to it as well. Ooh, keep drifting. Worked so hard to get my camera back, and I can't even stay on the bloody thing. Yeah, no, you gotta have a high pain tolerance to play that. Feel like that's one of those comes with the territory things. Kind of feeling like instead of the speed paint, I should have just gone solid black. Yeah, we have pads now. We have face masks. Imagine being a goalie in the era with no mask. Mm-mm. I don't know how you convince someone to do that. Yeah, we're just gonna fire these off at you. Don't worry. We'll try to keep it, below the shoulders. Be selective on what shots you dive on. Ooh, that is very orange. That is very orange. I think we're gonna have to switcheroo here. Put the orange there. A little bit in the back there. A bit here. Piece here. Orange. See. And that white leaf. And my marble fell out. No problem. Just smush it back in. See? Go back to that zealot yellow. Now going with a bit of a dirty orange brush. Now let's see what this will do in the back. Start here. And we're gonna drag some of that grim black up and inward a bit. Some of this zealot yellow a little bit. Back to that fire giant orange. Here on these stripes. Try to pull that downwards. So that sort of darkness looks like we're gonna get. Just sort of pull all that grim black we laid in stripes. Just gonna start splashing around. Pull it down towards the thing. And I don't know what sort of alchemy they have going on in this speed paint, but it does seem like the grim black likes to find its way to the, the lowest spots of these recesses. So I'm just a little bit of this dirty paint here. Pick it up, deposit it. Probably have to go back to this stinger with a little more bone color. Get some of that orange off. Dark gradient on. We're up here on its head, little spikies here. We're gonna use some wash instead of the speed. Leave those, and then we'll probably dry brush the little spikies again with some like angelic yellow or demonic yellow, whatever yellow. Hmm. Grab sponge here. Sponges and some Q-tips. Dab it up a little. You just use a little water and can dab it right off. Do just a little bit of water. Wipe all that right off. That is the nice thing about speed paint. If you really hate things, you have plenty of time to take the sponge, wipe right off. I'm gonna dab away from its eyes. Look at those eyes. Give the stinger a little polish. You see? Oh, ah, camera's doing it. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna jump on this before, hopefully, it gets too bad. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Giving me guff here. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think it done it again, guys. Um, come on. Do this again. At least it's finding it this time. Huh. Are we back? Yes! Alright. You're getting better. What's the saying? You gotta be shit in order to get better. We got the shit part down pat. Oh, God. Alright, let's get this dude back. Okay, hopefully that works. So now, I'm gonna go with some emeraldy green eyes. I don't know why, that just seems, way to go. I'm glad I didn't have to kill the stream again. That was, had my heart racing there for a second. Like, not again! Oh, God, no. Right. This is one weird wasp. 4 eyes, 4 legs. Sure this is even a wasp? Yeah, wasp sepsis. It's kind of a staple of. That's actually a big differentiating factor between insect and arachnid. Insect, here, we'll do a little study on this guy. He should have 6 legs. Or insects also usually have a pair of compact eyes, and they have 3 body segments: a head, thorax, and abdomen. Now a spider has 8 legs, and it only has 2 pieces. It has an abdomen and a pneumothorax. So these 2 parts on the head and the body spider are fused as one. Well, any arachnid, really. Insects have three segments of their body. That's just a fun little fact. I'm gonna get some of this. It's called rune effect. But if you look at the side there, well, you can't read, but it says matches skeleton bone from Army Painter's War Paint. So we're gonna use the skeleton bone. And we're gonna buff up the stinger and the legs again. The good old backs and forth tease. Back and forth and back and forth until you're happy. I thought the green eyes would be a nice little feature. A little water on. Just a little bit of water. This is probably gonna fudge up some of that speed paint we laid down earlier, but we're gonna go back to it. This will just give us a more solid base to go off. Let's do something that's kind of exoskeleton. Make it look like bone. Does anyone else have any projects on the go? Anything they want to share? Any milestones or accolades in life? Any big things coming up? There's actually a streamer named Lord View who's getting married at TwitchCon. So I'll take a second to congratulate him. I don't think he's ever going to see these. I don't know if this is really his art style, but congrats, View. Stoked for you, buddy. I like the way he worded it. Uh, Evolving to his final form, final and most powerful form. But that was cute. Kind of tickling these legs. Feed a little coochie coo. Coochie coo. Oh, Halloween comp. Yeah, I'm kind of stumped on that one too, to be honest. Had a couple ideas, but I really haven't. Been a lot going on this month. October is usually a tough. I love Halloween, but there's a lot of stuff in this month that kind of pile up really quickly. Like there's the Canadian Thanksgiving, and then from there, all the dates that impact me kind of cascade from one after the other. So it kind of makes October just whip by. Like usually I have Halloween decorations out, carving pumpkins. Every year I have I build like a mock electric chair with a dummy in it. So whenever you walk up to the house, it's like a little trigger. It's almost like you hotwire it with two wires. It's just a piece of uh, speaker cable that I've ran from the piece into the house. But when you walk by it and that gets set off, it starts making electric. It's like a fuse box that like jiggles around the wall with wires that like flop around, and it looks like a sparking, crackling fuse box. And then that kicks off another string of lights that make like a hissing, crackling electric sound, and a bunch of little LEDs that light up everywhere. So when you walk past this dummy, it looks like it just, you know, sets off at like, 1,000 volts. It just looks like someone frying in a chair. And we have scared the costumes, scared little kids right out of their costumes down here. They just go running. It's hilarious. And then last year we added a jumping spider. And ooh, that's fun. Because by the time the electricity sets off and you go, whoa, and you step back right into the spider that jumps out. So you kind of get double whammied. And that one gets the parents. The kids come up and get scared by the electricity thing. And the parents kind of hang back like, this should be good. And then the spider usually jumps out and gets them. So, yeah, I love Halloween. I love spooking people. But I haven't even got my decorations up. That. Maybe towards Halloween we'll do a stream. Maybe we carve a pumpkin. Maybe that'd be cool. Instead of doing a painting, we carve a pumpkin. What do you guys think of that? You know what? In the context of like artistic pumpkin carving, I'm not good. I'm not great at pumpkin carving. I can't do those pumpkins where they remove the skin, but they don't cut the whole image through like a jack-o'-lantern. Like they'll carve an image into the pumpkin skin and let the light inside kind of shine it up like a negative, like that diffused lighting. I just like carve right through the good old jack-o'-lantern holes. Now that said, I think I've carved pretty good like amateur pumpkins. Oh, let me turn that off. There we go. Pissing in the corner. Okay, it's looking all right. We kind of cleaned up his legs. I'm wondering if I use a bit of sand golem, how that's gonna look. Maybe something a little darker. Maybe something a little more on the olive side. Not too sure. Um, Maybe some of this. Malignant green. Not exactly sure what it's gonna do. Oh, my ear died. Okay, I can charge it up. Switch ears. Give me 2 seconds. There. Can you hear me okay? There we go. That should be good. Yeah. And I think I dropped. It's all good. No worries. Somewhere down here on the floor. Oh, there you are. It's kind of bounced. Get that a little clean. You can still see there's a little bit of gunk around that border. Kind of like swirl that off the bottom. Make sure all the pigment's in there. Looking good. The original jack-o'-lanterns were carved from turnips. I did not know that. Now, is that just they were more available, or was there some significance to that? Just what was, the crop at the time, the surplus? No one liked their turnips, so they decided to carve them up instead. Why turnips? Okay, so we're going with this malignant green. Just gonna kind of bring that in around the face. Like that. A little messy, but I like it. I'm just gonna cover that up. And then use this to get that metallic green nice and clean. And then we have nice sort of angry bug look. We'll go with the pallid bone. We're actually gonna mix. We're gonna go pallid bone, like faintest bit of a drop of medium. So that's like 2 drops of pallid bone, like a half drop, if that, like a little boop of grim black, and a nice hearty drop of the speed paint medium. Swirl them all together. Now that grim black is quite powerful. I kind of want that darkness. Might even be a little, but I'm hoping it'll sit and drop itself into the crack. Not getting my way too much. I'm gonna start fixing this thing to the table again. I'm getting a little loose with it. Just kind of go whoop, whoop. I'm gonna add a little more pallid bone to this mix. I'm gonna give it a generous switch. The idea is that it's gonna settle its way down, darken up the flag, give them a nice sort of dirty, buggy. In here. Mess under his head. Not bad. I'm gonna keep the malignant green on his face. I'm not gonna darken that up. Bottom looks okay. Pop him off his marble for a second. Pop the marble off this. Probably add a little malignant green. Right. The underside. Try to reinvigorate. Soak some of this dark on top. Seems like the Grim Black has pigment that likes to sink to the bottom, quote unquote. But I know sinking to the bottom is a relative term. It's not always bottom. I feel like maybe it's denser or something. Okay, we'll put this to the side and let this guy dry. We got these wings to deal with. I'm trying to think. What do you guys think? Ooh, ooh, that. Oh, grab our broom cutters here. A little knot right there. See this? Clean that up. Mold line. Go. Feels better already. And just to clean it up, sure it's nice and clean, I'm gonna use this file here just to kind of scrape it. There. Um, hmm. Not sure how to do these wings, guys. What do you think? Um, so yeah, I was hoping to keep some of this transparency with speed paint because it itself is transparent, or it has a high level of transparency. Or I could go at it with just the washes. Um, but I think it'll just be a matter of getting these veins. Now, should I go with like a yellow, an orange, a black? What do you think? Yeah, I think I have an idea. That might. I have this metallic paint called Night Scales. And it's almost like a black metallic. Jeez, yeah, pardon my hairy arms there. Here, let's. You can look at this guy instead. Oh, his eyes don't Google. Here, do this. This is how you get the eyes to Google. You gotta unbalance the feet. That's not so googly, but probably better than staring at my hairy arm. Goddamn. Robin Williams arms. Dab out here. Ooh, there it is. That feel. There's the plug, and there it is. Oops. I knew it is just gonna die and just splooge out. But it. And keep the oopsie brushes and sponges handy. Now, I didn't prime these, so I don't know how well this paint is actually even going to stick. I didn't even consider that till right now. But we'll see how it goes. Too late now. Break this zoom a bit. Clear, so it's going to be hard to see it. So, not bad. Yeah, the transparent pieces aren't ever prime. And I wonder if they just kind of expect you to leave these alone, unpainted, and cut. Looks like you gotta not quite dry brush, but you gotta be really light. Kind of just sort of drag it across really light colors. Oop, drop your paintbrush. Oop. Yo, that's a little messy, but worry about there. Not bad. Flip it around. Got a little bit of a chunk there on the brush. I'm wiping stuff away with my finger. So I think that's gonna be indicator that without the primer, this is gonna be a little tricky. Or not, maybe not tricky, but it might be more likely to rub off. So maybe I clear coat these after. It's like a matte barn. one of four. I don't know about it. Might have been not a good idea. I'm gonna stab these parts into the play as we go. Get a much bigger one. Probably would have been smart to tape these up, spray them. But hindsight's 2020 on that. You know what though? Might be 2020 hindsight. We'll try it. That looks like it just comes off way too easy. Yeah, that stayed on pretty good. We call this the scrub test. Not great, but so-so. Couple up smaller. Maybe the bigger wings. Yeah, four wings. There's two big ones and two small ones. Get a different than the average, like normal wasp. Dragonfly-esque wings. Four wings. Tickle these a bit. Change my approach a little. Let's my black, black and metallic. There it is, but it's there. And sometimes I just feel like I'm making a mess with the whole back and forth. I feel like this one got nowhere while I'm fighting with it. Even the going nowhere, quote unquote, is progress. Because you're kind of finding out the path. You start a path that you realize you don't want to take, start heading back. That's still, still working, still painting. A little floppy, a little messy. I will absolutely have probably tied my tongue black and metallic by the We're gonna reload those skills again. What other fun stuff has happened this week? There's stuff that's happened, but not all fun. Huh. What story? Oh, yeah. It's not so doxing, but well, if you just say, there was a hostage situation, like legit, someone in my neighborhood got held hostage by a gun. And the police came, stormed the building, pretty much had almost a front row seat. Not quite, but you know, that wasn't even the crappy thing. That's crappy, yes, but like a member of my family was injured recently. That made me yeah. Someone in my neighborhood was held hostage at gunpoint. I said, well, that's terrible, but you know, other other things that impact me more would affect. So it's nice to make it to a Friday and hang out with good people like you guys. Keep me sane. Those are our two little black wings. They got the black metallic. I don't know what we'll do with them. I got some of this dragonfly glitter. It's like a glaze that is like a bit of a shift, color shift. Maybe I'll put some of that. Use a little more night scales here. Working on the bigger wings now. Here we go. Slowly but surely, click it onto these little veins here. We'll probably give these a good dose of speed, whatever color we decide. Family member, okay. Yeah, okay is a relative term. Um, they're gonna need some rehabilitation. They're gonna need some operations and some post-op rehab. What? Yeah, yeah. Uh, I don't want to like go into the details because, like, you know, call me honor bound by my old job that people's health information is their own. I, I will say it is. It's not like a light injury. It's an injury that needs intervention. Quite so. It's just nice to have a distracting hobby that eats up time. Lose yourself in a model and have other things eat at your brain. I think it's more of a question of how many things can you let eat your brain all at once. I'm obviously not distracted enough to not think about it. But it's not like I'm curling up in a ball and admitting defeat to life. But yeah, it's a bummer, I'll tell you that. Real fucking bummer. Mm, yeah. Just some tasty paint water, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of sweet. Now what the hell did that? What flavor speed paint was that? Sweet, sweet flavor there. Okay. Yeah, yeah. It's not like I'm licking cadmium paint. Now you can get paint like cad yellow, cad red. Um, you can get lead white still. Actually, Chet Zar was talking about it on his last podcast about using lead white. He was saying like it's apparently quite apparent. It is a very toxic paint, but he was saying as far as a white paint goes, it is sounds really nice to work with. Very smooth, not as glaringly bright as titanium white. Like it's a little duller. He says it's very smooth and mixes with other pigments very nicely. And hearing that, it's like, wow, that sounds like a treat to work with, except for the fact that you get metal poisoning. With the amount of paint I leave on my hand, or the amount of frequency that I'll lick my brush. I probably should never use CAD colors or lead color, lead white or CAD anything. Should just be. I just shouldn't be allowed to have it at all. Okay, so we got this. I'll say I'm trying to lay this metallic night scales on pretty thick. I'm not giving it much room to hide. Splattering it, but it still seems to keep some of its transparency. I think that's just because of the lack of primer, the nature of the metallic paint. It's a little starting to dry on me. For the time being, I'm going to use that. Yeah, this week, who was it? Or it was Mike Gamble, who does woodcut prints and press. Um, it was actually a really good one. Well, they're all really good, but I really enjoyed it. You could tell that Mike Gamble really. It's not. I don't want to say like he's into his work. Like he's not like an artist that's like, oh, I love my own work. No artist like that, as far as I know. But he was very passionate about his process, and was very seemed very excited to share the technical aspect of doing like woodcut prints, doing presses, stuff like that. And it was actually really insightful. Like I had no idea that the process was that involved. Like he was talking about doing a limited run of like taking your press, carving bits away, and then running it through your press, pressing it, and like taking it out, carving a little more, adding a little more, and then pressing it down. But like every time you go to your and change your press and like change your carvings and stuff, um, it's like you can't go back. So you can press, 5 sheets, 10 sheets, whatever. But once you go on to the next step, you like those 10 sheets are what you're taking with you through the process. I don't know, it's really cool, and it sounded like such an involved process, but like really cool. Definitely something I wouldn't be equipped to do right away. But I guess everyone is equipped to, you just got to learn and try. He was talking about like doing, like almost doing it like a rubbing with the back of a spoon. I was like, holy crap. But he was also saying if it shifts, it's done. Like if you're doing that wood rubbing with your spoon and it shifts, it's all the work you put into it is done because it shifted. I don't know. I feel like one of my friends though, who's a seven, would actually really dig that whole thing. He's a he's a carpenter and works with wood. I feel like that involved process. Like he likes he's good with meticulous work. So when I was hearing the descriptions of these, like he was the first person that came to mind. It's like, ooh, I feel like he would have, you know, he's got the carpentry skill that he could probably do something about making his own tools and press. Or he also has the passion of working with wood to uh to take on a project. I'm just making a little mess here. Grab my oopsie brush. Oopsies. There we go. Okay. I'm almost done on this wing here. Okay. Wing. Right. Okay. Oh, shite. Damn. Such a nice job on that, too. Dropped it. Smudged the hell out. Go. Right. Okay. 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 got all our wings kind of blacked out. Alright. Just clean these off. Okay, so right here. Alright. Okay. So there. Oh shit. Take this crap all the way out of here. Yeah. Smack that down. That'll a little more. A little. Got a little too loose with that there. If I can do that away. Yeah. Okay. Got a little head of wings here. Bug. Okay. You'll have to bear with me for a sec, guys. I'm going to. We can hang out here like this. Boop. Do that. Right. Alright, so a fellow streamer is actually just about to get hitched, and they're doing their wedding online. So I'd like to go congratulate them. I'm going to leave a little link here. It is Lord Spew. So if anyone would like to pop in, There's the lake. But you gotta be nice. Don't, you know? I don't want anyone going in and trolling. Alright. Hmm? Yeah. Oh. Boop, boop. Alrighty, so yeah, we're gonna hang out here for a sec, and you guys can join me in hanging out. But I'm gonna jump into Lord's View's chat. Now, I don't want to bring like I don't want to broadcast his special event all over my channel. As much as I want to share, I don't know if I have permission or I don't know the appropriateness. That's why I added the link. If you want to, and if you have a Twitch account, you know, please feel free to jump in and support. Alright. Okay. Gift. I'll throw some bits. I got. Oh, nice. I have bits. Hmm? You can still hear me? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. One sec. Hold on. Sorry about that. What about a resub? Mhm. Right. Mhm. Yeah. So, yes, I am still here and paying attention, guys. Just saying. So, I do plan on doing a little bit of dry brush, maybe a little bit of washing. Um, I'll probably do the dry brushing. The washing, I'll need to clear coat to solidify it, or just wait for a little later so I don't reactivate all the speed paint. And I'm not sure with the wings, like I could either use a transparent paint or like to airbrush on them or the speed paint. We'll see. Oh, that's funny. Do I typically clear coat the speed paint? So it depends, I guess. If it's going to be something that's handled a lot, or it's going to be like the Gundams that I speed painted, I clear coated them because there's a lot of joints and there's a lot of rubbing angles. So I kind of figured it'd be helpful for it. And if I'm going to do any layers that are on top of the speed paint, and I'm going to do them relatively soon after I put it down, and if I really don't want that speed paint to move, I'll wait till it's in a dry state like this. Like that's not drippy or anything, it's pretty dry. And I'll put like thin layers of matte clear coat on it, and then I'll let that dry, and that's kind of like a barrier. So when I start working on the next layer, it'll try to kind of like seals in the speed paint a bit. Yeah, and it usually just protects your paint jobs regardless. Do 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 do. Oh, oh, here we are. Okay, so just so you know, Stu's wedding's starting in Twitch, so I'm just gonna be a little distracted looking over there. Oh, that's so adorable. I love it. Oh, that's so awesome. That's so lovely. Oh, my heart. Good tension breaker. Aw. Oh, the smile warms my heart so much. Oh, 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 my heart, my heart. Oh, you hunk a hunk to burn in love. That's so cute. Oh, they're hitched. That's it. Yeah. Oh, that's so lovely. Oh, the officiator's good. Just a little, yeah, the little Elvis needs a little kick. Like he's got it. Oh, they go running. They do the gauntlet. Oh, that's so lovely. Oh, that's wonderful. Mhm. Oh, they get an aisle walk. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's so lovely. Oh, oh man, I bet you this magma's gonna be like damn near exploding. Yeah, that's what I think so. Uh, is it uh Denise, Denise? Denise? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Why did I do that? Oh, what? Yeah. Whoa. Sorry, guys. There, what do you think? Pretty sure. I go IG, and I go, what? I'm pretty sure it was you and Denise, is it not? Well, now you got me second guessing. Yeah, it says Sean and Denise Brew. Someone said congrats, Brews, and he jokingly said, because of this, we have to change our names to Sean and Denise Brew now. So yes, it is right. I do? Oh, Super Shark. Yo, what's up, dude? Yeah, Super Sharky. How's it going, man? Sorry, I was just in on Twitch. Lord Spew just got married, and I was just signing the magma. I got a tablet here. So I just wanted to share my congratulations for him. And yeah, thanks for stopping in. Thank you for being patient with me. I kind of had my eyes off for a second there. Yeah, alrighty. So okay, I got that signed. All right. That's right. Beautiful. Well, back. I had to come for some tips. Oh, dude. Well, thank you. Yeah, the Space Wolves were. That's actually one of my best videos. It's like that one hit the thousands, and everything else is still in like from 60 to maybe a couple hundred views. Space Wolves blew it away. Um, yeah. Any tips I can give you? Are you stumped on anything in particular? Like, do you have a project on the go that you're just kind of stumped on here? Clear that up a bit. Yeah, Super Shark. If you have any links, Instagram or anything, you know, let me know, and we can get them out there and share them with everyone. Okay. Yeah, basing is that's always a tricky one, and it's always a process getting that base down. Oh no, no, dude. Honestly, this is I'm like really. I have that feeling too when I go into people's rooms. I'm like, oh, I don't want. This is your spotlight, man. I don't want to steal your shine. But the truth is, all of us would be nowhere if we weren't supporting each other, right? We all say like, subscribe, and share, but it's very rarely do we actually share other people's stuff. So please, if you have any, YouTube might be they kind of robot out the links sometimes. But please, if you got any links, if you're on Instagram, please let us know. And please, plug away, plug away. I'm more than happy to share. I'm more than happy to hang out. And and I'm always willing to support a fellow artist, especially artists who support me. Like that's how it works. So please, yeah. So today, just to get you caught up, we're working with a Nolzur's Hellwasp. I used some metallic green, some glitter green on the eyes. I used some of the Zealot yellow. Do my desktop audio up. Still jamming on. This is the music from Spew's Magma. And actually, I'm not. YouTube might actually. If there's a copyright for that music, it's gonna kick me. So I actually can't really bump that. I gotta have another. Go. Sorry, I'm gonna do one quick little sign note over here. Let me get. There we go. Path. Uh. Yeah, that's what I usually have actually. I'm gonna get my I usually have some funk or some lo-fi going. Let's see what we got. There we go. Yeah, some lo-fi right here. Get that. Yeah, so I do use the speed paints. That coming up when I press T, that's why. Yeah, so I do use speed paints. I'll use them both. That new box, like I guess the 2.0 superset. I want that so bad. It is really pricey though. Yeah, I've been using the speed paint like the OG 1.0s, the first release. Um, I love them. Uh, they are there are some elements that do feel limiting in that if you're familiar with layering acrylic paint and kind of getting those full opacities, it can be frustrating to have these sort of reactivate and wash into each other. But they do really cool things when they do. So it's like I kind of just like to splatter them against each other and just let them sort themselves out, and they usually look pretty darn cool. Yeah, the slap chop is probably one of my uh one of my methods that I really like. And so for like the back of this guy, I kind of slap chopped him. I started black, gave him a spray. I sprayed it black. It started like it's a Nolzur, so they come pre-primed white, and I just sprayed it black and then sprayed it gray. Gave it a little dry brush of white, and then went after it with I used Zealot yellow, Fire Giant orange. I mixed in some very dilute Grim black, and the Grim black seemed to make an olive color out of the Zealot yellow, and it kind of just sort of darkened the orange. I used this is technically Army Painter Skeleton Bone. It's Game Master Terrain Rune Effect. But this little fine print here says WP1125 matches Skeleton Bone from Army Paint. So it's the exact same thing, just different. And then a little bit of Skeleton Bone and more Grim Black. And I will sometimes use Speed Paint Medium to dilute it, kind of almost make a wash out of the Speed Paint. And Malignant Green to kind of help. When I started making that olive color on his face, I was just like, well, use Malignant Green and that'll kind of, lean into that lean into that olive tone. So instead of fighting against it, I was just like, we'll smoosh that yellow into green. They're close enough. Yellow and green are pretty darn close to each other. I'm just gonna pop that a little closer. Pow! Let me get a little look at it. Oh man, a golden demon would be sweet. It would kind of validate all the time I spend doing this. Uh, but to be honest, it's never something I've been like, oh, I need. When I started painting, I was like, oh, a golden demon would be so sweet. Um, but now it's just kind of like, if I ever got one, it'd be cool. I'd have to get my butt over to an Adepticon. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, that's like the gold standard. All right, so I'm gonna use some fire lizard now. We're gonna get back to the dry brush. Uh, so I'm kind of split attention here. Yeah, yeah. So the space wolves, all those space wolves were flat top, like the main one. Um, and then all the other troops that came after, they were all just flap top and some contrast paint. Um, for some hard colors, like some of them had one of them had like a red sort of eyepiece. Uh, that was just plain acrylic paint. Um, anytime I wanted a paint to sit exactly where I put it without bleeding anywhere, I would use the acrylic paint. I just found that was a little more, what's the word I'm looking for? Reliable? Like I could trust that it would sit there, dry there, and not bleed and run down. Whereas if I used like some speed paint, like the blood red or the splatter red, and then hit it with a wash or anything, it could bleed out of that eye, thin out, and like fill the cracks, fill his face, and I just didn't want to risk that on the faces. So I kind of used a mixture of both, but for the most part of their armor, their weapons, their beards, the beard was just like a runic gray. Uh, all the metallics that I used are normal or normal army paint or war paint. I just have a pack of these. And there's a bunch of colored metallics in there. Um, I usually use true metallics. I'm terrible at NMM, so I just kind of I know I should practice things that I find challenging, but sometimes I just want to be like I don't want to paint something and go, oh, I'm not happy with that. I'm not good at M and blah, NMM, and just avoid the feel badsies. But I should. It's something I should practice because when you're, especially like for pictures, NMM does excellent is excellent for digital pictures. I'm just gonna hit this really gently and try to get these furthest points out. A little bit of that bright yellow, fire new. Lean into that just a touch. Bring brightness on those edges. And if you don't have the speed paint, you can, like, it's not as effective, but you can just thin your paints down so they're like a thick wash and kind of get that same effect over your zenithal. The problem is that the surface area, when you mix it with too much water, not surface area, the surface tension of the paint, when you mix too much water into it, it's hard to control, and that's where you kind of get into those issues of it running into areas you don't want. At least as far as I find. Maybe there's a secret of mixing in a little extra medium or something with that water. Maybe some airbrush medium, a few drops mixed in with the water to thin it out, but keep a controllable surface tension. And then there's the magic of oil wash. Oil wash. Usually a lot of people are afraid of oil washes. Ah, Spirit Stone Red. I'm gonna have to take a note of that. This subtle reflection. Ooh. I would like it if it was shared. I don't mind it being shared. I very much promote it being shared. I understand some people are, a little shy about sharing the links and stuff. Yeah, edge highlighting can just be tedious, And then if you're like I'll say like taking your brush and like having to like cut that perfect angle, and if you slide one way or another, or if your paint runs away from you, it's like, oh god, I gotta redo this whole area now. Or you get into like the damage control mode. Is that okay? That's already alright. Should be using a wet palette. It's right here, and it's kind of dry, but what? We're just gonna put blobs on it anyway. This is damp enough for this session. We're just gonna go. Like, as much as I don't like edge highlighting, there's some parts that I will do. But like, if you're painting something like this guy, where it's like all these edges and corners, there's like 90 degrees, hard angles everywhere. This would just be frustrating to edge highlight. Yeah, I find I like more organic textures than panels and armor. That might just be a personal preference of mine. Like, of like the things I like to paint naturally anyway. Bugs, creepy crawlies, monsters, stuff like that. How am I gonna these little having to do packaging, kind of cutting across the cloth. That's another thing I do often is that finger smudge. Kind of rub the paint on in there and Hope it grabs. The other thing I find with painting is sometimes we do stuff that we question, and we'll be like, oh no, I don't know if that was a good move. Um, I don't know if it's a good move if I did that, and then you kind of question to keep going. Usually it's a good idea no matter what it is, and as long as you keep going, you muddle to a point where there's enough of it there to look really good and natural. Like one edge highlight looks funny, but then once you have all your edge highlights on, there we go. Go back and forth between them. Put this guy back in his charger. And that should be good. Back in business. If there's any trouble hearing me after that, you know. Ah. Yeah, you know what? It's. Oh, you have it. Yeah, I'm just getting caught up in the chat here. Sorry, I've kind of split across the world here. Yeah, she's good. She'll find you. I feel kind of flat. Any tips for making them pop? I hate to say the edge highlight. um, so for these, for a guy like this, ooh, ooh, so for a model like this, actually hold on. I got a better one. Yeah, grab me the blue one, please. Whoop. So this is a Gundam that I painted with um painted this guy with magic blue paint. So you can kind of see in like there, pretty much on all the edges. I did kind of a bright, um, a really bright edge highlight that's in the same, like it's still a cold color, but it's like I use nihilic oxide, which is almost like a turquoise, but it's really thin. But yeah, the speed paint doesn't really work nicely on flat edges. It likes to run all the way down and collect at the bottom. So I'd say go with the traditional base coat and very tedious edge highlight. So yeah, the difference would be uh, yeah, paint. So you can kind of see if I get to the shoulders actually. There's like, or his arms are a good example. You can kind of see that two-toning. Um, I find just, use some bright colors. That's a good example of it there, where it's just raw speed paint on a flag. It almost looks like it stains the middle of it, gets brighter towards the edge. Now, the other one. So this Gundam was painted with an airbrush, and his panels are solid color. But you can kind of see like where his wrist is there. Like I did the Zenithal kinda, but I was a little more specific with my airbrush, and I kind of simplified it by just going like layers metallic, that gunmetal, and then using a Zenithal off the gunmetal, and then spraying it all red, and then panel lining this gray. I think it's what? Not you. You. Soul Blight Gray. This stuff. Like it looks really dark, but if you give it a good shake, like all the white pigment sits on the bottom, but if you can kick up all that white pigment, it's actually a very bright gray that makes this nice sort of, not quite white, but it's very bright gray, and it's really good for like panel lining on these. But I found just spraying this red paint over gunmetal gave a really nice effect that made it look like armored panels. So, okay, these guys could hang out. Yeah. So yeah, like when I did this guy, like the video doesn't really let on to it because it's YouTube. But as I was painting this blue one, I was like, oh man, this speed paint is just fighting me every step of the way. Like it's pooling, it's coffee staining, it's not sitting where I want. It just, the speed paints I found, I struggled with panel. But anytime there's like lots of texture like this guy, he's just all lumpy bumpy. Oof, beautiful. um, yeah, bold experiment, light. But yeah, I find the best way to get on those flat things is just really slam those edges with a bright color. Or if you have an airbrush, you can like go a solid color and then hold it back and just kind of puff. Like say you did this red, like here, I got a few reds here. Like I would take this like Cambrian crimson and base it with that. Or even something dark like these vampire garb. Like something really dark red. And then kind of airbrush something like that pure red on it towards it. So it's not like you have to take your paintbrush and cut every edge highlight. You just kind of paint the whole thing dark red and then come back at those edges with a lighter red and kind of like bring it out. Now, the other thing you can do for your panels that looks really good to give effect so they don't just look flat is like weathering and chipping. Those are things I need to get better at. Like I wouldn't know where to start in giving advice on how to do a nice weathering or chipping without possibly leading you astray. Like that's something I'm just don't have my teeth in. But it's something I should learn. I have a tank somewhere I painted. Hold on. So this was so you can see I kind of edge highlight there, but there isn't much edge highlight on this. I just kind of airbrushed it, green and yellow. The grime is just orange and dry rust, I believe it is. Yeah, this stuff. Dry rub. And it goes on really bright and opaque, but dries in this really rusty kind of orange. And I'll just use that as my weathering. Kind of a cheat code. But I kind of avoided a lot of the edge highlight on this. And just kind of went with that. Some dark washes and some of that rust effect. And I just put the rust effect anywhere. Like if you were to take water and pour it on it, anywhere that would the water would collect and run and pool up is where I just kind of splatter. Yeah, lots of panels, but like not much edge highlight. I just kind of airbrushed it and dirtied it up. Oh shit! Ah, that. Oh yeah, he broken. Oh, let's fix him. I'll take 2 seconds. Joys of the hobby. Find a little piece of paper somewhere. So I'm kind of all over the place. Let me get back to big chat, guys. Do-do, do-do-do. Grab it. Get away with me, armor. Okay. Seems is going to be amazing. Yeah, yeah, you get good textures on. I find the speed paint. This seems to look better on more organic things. Okay. Yeah, that weathering's it's tricky. Yeah. If you can find the video, I would happily, you know, happily watch and learn. Oh, it's all good. It happens. Get a little dab of glue here. Boop, boop. Boop. Now the trick will be getting it to nicely go. Take this other one out so I don't. Oh, right. Stay. There you go. No harm, no foul. It'll be like it never happened. Clean up the little goop inside there. Now this might leave that kind of white haziness when it dries, so I might actually have to come back. Or I might end up gluing my finger to it, apparently. Oh, we'll hope that. Do another little lick of blue on that seam. Start with some blue. And hide that over here. Gundam's out the way. Oh, you guys. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what. It's weird, because I feel like that's. I should be able to modify that and let anyone share a link. YouTube is kind of, what's the word? Paranoid? Overly secure? Something like that. Alright. Yeah, I feel like I should be able to share or give everyone the option to share a link. But I also think it might be the mechanics of how I have it hooked up. Like I have my OBS linked to it. So I'm just digging through a thing of acrylic paint here. This is like craft paint. But I have this. It's like a dragonfly glaze. And it's like a color shifting glaze. We're gonna put this on. Do that off down there. Yeah, no, the concept of reviewing is pretty good. But yeah. I'll be honest, I don't think I have big enough following or a big enough presence online to garnish like if someone's gonna come and spam their promotions or spam their toxic stuff, they're probably only gonna hit about, I don't know, probably at the most like 10 people. Honestly, I've been kind of lurking in Twitch. I've been, doing the prompts, draw along, stuff like that. Um, and I've been kind of learning that, like, as I'm watching Twitch for the last several weeks, that YouTube is really good for a edited, polished video that you're gonna throw up and people are gonna see and it's gonna stay there for time and people can go back to. 10 years from now, it will hopefully still be there. Um, and Twitch seems to be way more friendly to like live streaming, and there's like a bit of a feeling to it as well. Like beyond just like the tools, the emotes, uh, those kind of like cheering and bits and all those interactive pieces. The overall feeling is different. Like um, like for a YouTube video, or a YouTube live stream. Like I think my longest one was like 6 hours, which isn't, some people on Twitch do like a 24-hour marathon. Um, so 6 hours doesn't seem like it's as long, but in YouTube, there's this kind of intrinsic pressure that I always have to be here delivering very clear, perfect paint instruction. Like I can't, like on Twitch, some people will be like, "Oh, hold on 5 minutes, I'm gonna go grab lunch, and then we'll play a game and we'll do some stuff." And you're you're kind of it's you're free to engage in other activities for your stream. Whereas on YouTube, I feel like I have to start this thing and finish this thing in one solid sitting. And mini painters on Twitch, it's like, you'll watch them and they'll be painting something for 8 hours a day all week. And it's just one thing, the same thing each day. Or they'll have their whole long process and it's more acceptable. Whereas in YouTube, I feel like I have a project started and I have to have the same project finished by the end of the stream. And maybe that's just in my head, my own sense of pressure, that like every YouTube video has to be its own contained thing, even a live stream once it's up after as the pre-recorded or post-recording. It still has to be its own contained thing. Like last week I painted Omega Red and I built it, painted it, I did the whole thing in one shot, and like that's kind of just how I felt. It had to be compartmentalized because it's per video, and Twitch is just like an ongoing legacy of live. Started the hard way first. I like it hard, I'm the fool that puts on super hard difficulty and goes, if I can learn the game like this, I can play it anyway. And then get into it and be like, I hate this, it's so hard. So, but yeah, I think there's a place for me out there. Also, while I'm doing the Twitch talk, if you like this shirt I'm wearing, just give it the oh yeah. This is Dr. Diggity Dank. The guy's a wizard in OBS. Like this guy does animations that are like they're made in OBS. This guy's it's friggin' wild. It shows that there's so much potential in OBS that I am not using. It's like, oh my god, this guy's doing what? And it seems silly, but like he made this is called Dank's custom drip. I know, man. It's like I'm seeing him. He made an animation where right down to like, I give him the prompt and he makes this shirt and he's like, all right, it's done, send it. And then it goes to like the image of the shirt travels across a conveyor belt, gets stamped and all. It's all like, hand animated in OBS. It's crazy. Yeah, diggity dank. It's wild, man. Like I've watched this guy and he's doing these things. I'm like, holy crap! Like you can do that in this? Like I tried to take notes. I'm still like light years behind. I actually just got a drawing tablet and I have no idea how to use it. So we're reaching out across all mediums here. The weather. Yeah, yeah. The YouTube shorts. Yeah, I can see how they'd feed into each other. Like you get your Twitch footage and then you can extract pieces out of that, put it all out on YouTube, and that's how they complement each other. But yeah, I think actually Dr. Diggity Dank is doing a campaign tomorrow or Saturday, wherein if you want a custom T-shirt like this shirt, no one else has and no one else can get. Like it's my shirt and my. And he's like, all right, here it is. And then he vaults the image. And so if I was like, I want a hat with this on it, he'd probably have to tweak it for the image. I think they print the hats differently. But yeah, you can, jump in and purchase like custom one-off merch. And it's prompts, like you give them prompts and a rating. So like my 2-word prompt for this shirt was dank choice. I just let him do whatever he wanted to do. I was like, man, just do your thing, bro. Make me something silly. And I gave him the prompt or the rating of like it can be PG, PG-13, or R-rated. And I was like, give me as PG-13 as you can push. Like push it to 14A. Like something I could wear out but would get questioned. Some of the stuff that's rated R is like, you wouldn't wear that to the grocery store. Or you might, but like you get some looks. So I wanted something that was like just borderline, but something something that was just a fun design. But it's a really cool concept because you have it's like a one-time piece of art on a piece of clothing. I'd highly recommend. Yeah. Yeah. And he designs them like I gave him the prompts and sat on Twitch and he's like, "All right, we're gonna do your shirt now." And draws it up, does the tablet and everything. I'm just watching it like, "Oh my God, this is wild." But yeah, it's definitely some cool shit. Actually, slowly but surely developing a collection of stuff. Say there's a mug there from Sharp Balloons. That's a fun. Got some other art cards and stuff, which does seem to be a very fun. It does give a lot of exposure. Okay, so let's figure out these wings now, guys. Ah, do you stream games? Oh, thank you. Okay, not bad. A little chunky, but still stuff is. It almost looks like glue, so I'm just gonna put it. I'm gonna put. Whoa. It comes out white and looks like almost like glue. Like very pearly glaze. Get grab this. Escape from Tarkov. Okay. Ooh. That's a good push into it. I don't know if I have a game with that many hours at all. I'm trying to think. Maybe like collectively in the Hitman franchise or Metal Gear, but that would be like across the franchise of like mm, just a bit. Yeah, not a single game. Probably something close to that over the course of like a game franchise. Hmm? And I hope Yeah. Liquid! Got him. Yeah, there's that scene in Metal Gear, the fourth, and he's like snakes crawling through the like. There's a hallway that's got like a microwave beam security, and the game kind of forces you to button mash your way through it, and then like snakes melting on the floor is like sneaking suits exploding and burning up, and you just have to like button mash and crawl your way across the floor, and then it starts showing cutscenes of everyone else getting killed. Oh, that was so powerful. And then finally he makes it out, and I think they're on the top of uh, the arsenal gear. And you got a fist fight liquid ocelot. So there we go. See that little shine there? Ooh. A little closer. You kind of get that insect shimmer. There we go. Just kind of trying to drag it along these. Wonderful. Really like that. That actually worked out way better than I even expected. Where do I stick them? Just poke them back in here. Boop. Stay. Brush a little clean. Off. Back layer. So you get it shiny correctly. It does look kind of like Elmer's glue. Or apply it. It looks very thick and white. I just kind of like Elmer. It dries clear. A little habit of like, apparently when you go make a silly face, that's like, that means you're painting better. You're painting in the zone. I don't know. God, I should go back to my live stream, go through the catalog and see how many times I end up making like a stupid concentration face. Oh, yeah, I'm not even aware of it. Put my thinking face on. I don't know if that's a thinking face. Doing 80. think I'm actually the medium from this dragonfly glaze. Kind of reactivating some of these scales. The metallic paint I put. I think it's just kind of adding, like smearing out another layer of glitter. See, my fingers are getting. And it's probably good to add multiple layers of it just to build up that iridescence. Prior. Do it. Oh man, that's funny. I'm just getting caught up. Yeah, it's still the dragonfly glaze. Yeah, I kind of have a looping playlist of like some royalty-free tracks that can keep kind of loops, but that's one of the things I'm not sure how it works on Twitch versus YouTube. Is like if I start playing music that I don't have licenses for, YouTube will detect that and it can shut my stream down mid-stream if it doesn't like what I'm doing. It'll just go nope and shut me down. It'll give me a warning through my thing, but it'll be like you're playing stuff you don't have the rights to what you're doing right now. Shut me down. Whereas on Twitch, there's people who like they listen to whatever they like. I don't know how that. It mutes your VOD. So yeah, so YouTube, it'll give you a warning, but they don't mute your VOD. They kind of force you to do that. They'll say like you got a copyright strike or infringement. I've never had a copyright strike. I've had content claim, and that's a bit different. So, like the music we're listening to right now is all royalty free. It's copyright protected, and I have licenses to use the copyright. But when after this goes up, like YouTube will tell me, hey, we're detecting copyright stuff while it's listening to this music. But it'll be like, don't worry, this stuff, the person that we're, hollering at says you're cool to use. But once it goes up after, it'll be like, you have copyright claims stuff in this. And I have to individually submit the license for each song, or I have to mute my channel, or I have to be at the mercy of whoever's copyright stuff it is. So if I don't have, and sometimes it takes time to get them cleared. So if you're using stuff that isn't, cleared or licensed, you don't have a license for, I permit other people, like someone might say, you know what, he doesn't have the license for that, but his views are popular and he's using my music. So I'll let him use my music, but I'm gonna run ads on his channel. Like there's a weird kind of like terms of agreement. I try to steer away from anything that's overly complicated. I just find royalty free. And I find even with the royalty free, what'll happen is you'll get it from a website and then you'll, use it, and someone else has taken the royalty free and then they copyright it and then put royalty claims on it. Because, like, making a song that's not copyright protected and shareable is not the same as making royalty free. Like, not copyright protected means it won't get flagged anymore. But then someone can take that because it doesn't get flagged and they can put their own flag on it. How ridiculous is that? Like, I've had songs that I made a YouTube video around a song once, and then when I tried to, like, post it, like, alright, it's edited, it's done, it's good, it's up. What happened was the song, the royalty-free song that I downloaded from an artist was actually being used by another artist, and that other artist who used it claimed it for their own, like put a copyright on the video, so they get a copyright on the song. So anyone else who tries to use that royalty-free song has to copyright and get permission from that person who stole it, because the person who made it didn't put a copyright on it. And they didn't think to put a copyright on it because they figured it's royalty-free, so it doesn't need a copyright. But it does need to be protected, so other people don't steal it and copyright it. It's messed up. Like, I even reached out to the artist, like, hey, someone stole your song. Get it back so I can use it. They're just like, I don't know, man. That's a process. You make music, copyright that shit. Even if it's for free, royalty-free sharing, copyright that. Just so no one steals your intellectual property. I'll always try to credit the artists I get. For my playlist, it's like 63 different tracks. Please, track. Ah, good idea. Yeah, it's, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff out there that You know, a lot of channels, people will make channels and post things of stuff that they didn't create themselves, and you know, reaction videos and stuff like that. Some of them are fun, but I really advocate like everyone can create. Everyone has, you know, the ability to create something new, and you know, I just why not create for yourself? I get that people want to profit. And, you know, it's easier to poach than to create sometimes, but I just don't think that would be fulfilling. I just feel lame. But to each their own, right? Like, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of those videos that actually do quite well. They're a little dirty, but not so bad. Yeah, I definitely think I was pulling off some of those night scales. Let's see, how's our wasp doing? Let's put a little bit of this down. More of this fire newt orange. Speaking of music, did my playlist just stop? It did. There's like a divide line there, and I was like, wait a second, my camera freezing up or chopping in half again? It does that. At the beginning of my stream today, my camera crapped out. Never had it crap out that bad before. Like I've had it freeze up, but I've always been able to like reset it. I think this couldn't get it fixed though, but cut my stream and restart it. But you know, whims of technology. Bumblebee fans. Fired. A little bit of sprung green. Yeah, always welcome, man. It's always nice to have people to paint with. That was one of the call it starting reasons that I started doing these streams was You know, it can get quite quite lonely at the work desk sometimes. You just sort of sitting for hours on end, painting quietly, and sometimes it's really nice when you have those sessions you're painting with a friend or something. Uh, you have someone to talk to, hang with, someone to bounce ideas off. So I really just started this to have like a kind of like a presence available, so I would be less lonely at the table, and so others would be less lonely as well. That's why I always say it's this channel's not about me, it's about us. I'd always look at it. 'Cause if it was all about me, I'd just, you know, be sitting here painting quietly on talking. And hobby is about community. So I just kind of put a little bit of a highlight in his eyeball. Dark green, but I use this grung green in the middle of it. Give a little pop. Pretty good. Do I have two cameras set up? I got three. So I got an overhead one here. I got side one here, and then I got my laptop camera there. So the overhead one doesn't get as much love. It's a cheap like $30 webcam conference cam, but it does the job. And when I'll say this camera is actually more prone to failing and freezing. So while I'm figuring out this one, I can default back to that one. Or if I'm painting something big, if I have, like this one used to be perfectly like bird's eye. So you get like the top down view as well as the side view. So like if I go to the overhead, that's like the overhead zoom. Side view, zoom in there. Work with the painting. Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to, well, I was kind of cognizant of is having, like, I'm left-handed, so I figured all the cameras should come in off my right-hand side, and that way, if the cameras are coming in off the right-hand side, while I'm holding the mini here, my other hand's going to be doing the work. In a lot of the other videos, like I have play on the bottom of this, sometimes I'll even straight take hot glue and hot glue this thing right to the table. And then the only way I can move my model is by spinning the lid of this jar, or whatever jar it's stuck in. So I can do that, and then the other secret trick is I hot glue a marble. It's best with Nolzur, because they already have like a base to them. But I'll hot glue a marble to the bottom and bury that marble in clay. Now I can like give it a bit of an angle, and okay, I just knocked it off. So you can tell it's not too permanent. You can just do this and peel it off. Sometimes the marble doesn't stay. Slide itself out. Gonna patch him back in. Yeah, it's tricky. One of the hardest things is keeping your model in focus. If you have a camera that autofocuses, like the the best camera I have for recording things close up is actually my cell phone. I have an Android, I think it's an A10e. Sorry, a Samsung Galaxy A10e with an Android. Like it's not a new phone by, but the camera for like my YouTube videos, when you get the really good close-up crisp look, that's all from my phone. But I don't really have any way, like I haven't really figured out how to connect my phone into this circuit of this kind of loop of cameras I've got going. Okay, yeah, so I haven't figured that one out yet. Uh, I could actually share a little bit of insight. Um, so, like for my YouTube videos, I just straight take my phone on a mount and then just like I'll zoom in, I'll lock my focus, like I'll take it like here, do this. I'm gonna pull out my phone camera and you can see a rough idea of how I go about it. Wake it up for 2 seconds and it's like, million alerts. So I'll have my phone like this, right? We're looking at the B. Oop. So it's so what I'll do is I'll I'll lock that focus and then I'll leave my phone here and that thing's glued to the table. So no matter what I do, it's going to be in perfect focus as I spin it around, right? Because this thing spins around, that locked focus is always going to just be there. And then I transfer all the footage from my phone into the computer and then edit from there. There are apps that you can turn your phone into an IP camera, and then you can link a wireless IP camera into your OBS. Now you need either an app you pay for, or you can get free apps that are loaded with ads that are kind of buggy, that have, questionable permissions and security things that, like, I just haven't found. I tried it and didn't really like the way the phone could pop up ads. It was real chunky and I didn't. Okay, so yeah, what you'd want to do then is you'd want to you'd either want an app that converts the camera of your phone into a webcam and then hardwire your phone to your laptop, or you'd plug your phone into an outlet, like leave the charger cord in, because it will eat the battery, and you might be painting for like 5 6 hours, and then you can use the IP cam. If you have it like wired up and use it as an IP cam, and then have your laptop pick that up, and then you can channel that through OBS. It'll record through your computer's hard drive, and it won't fill your phone's hard drive. Because that's one of the things that when I am recording with my phone for paint jobs, I'll have to like every, you know, so every so many gigs, I have to stop painting and purge my phone and then reposition my phone and then keep going because my phone will only hold so much in compared to like my computer. So if you can find a way for your phone camera to record into OBS, you'll save the memory and it will eat the battery, but you can just plug it into the wall and you're good. A junker phone with a good camera would be alright. Just put that app and make it a dedicated piece and move it around. Yeah, if I could figure out a good IP camera for my phone or a good IP camera app, I would probably integrate that because it does have great focus close up. My other option would be like getting a macro lens for my GoPro or getting a better webcam. But like my overhead webcam, like I said, this is like maybe a $30 webcam after tax. That's $30 Canadian. So it's like $10 American. So it's pretty cheap. Yeah, that is. Hey, what's up, man? Good to see ya. Yeah, we're just talking cameras and OBS connectivity right now. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Play a lot with this thing. Oop, there. I thought I heard the sound of puff. Something. Yeah, we're doing quite well this evening. I'm working on a Nolzur's Hellwasp. Uh, my stream kicked out on me earlier. One of my cameras crapped out, and we were actually just talking cameras and Streamware's OBS tricks and stuff. Also, yeah, I'll say, yeah, we got some, if you'd like to throw some links up, or if you're okay with us throwing up some links for you, love to share. You know, we are link friendly. Well, YouTube isn't link friendly apparently, but we are. Yeah, yeah. So if you're okay with us sharing your links, we will put them out there for you. I'd like to ask permission first. You know, just being safe. Don't want to be intrusive on anyone. Yeah, this thing's been pretty cool. I started off with some. It came, you know, basic Nolzur's pre-primed white. I went with some glitter green and some grung green for the eyes. One's a shiny metallic, and the other's just kind of like a really pale bright. I used the speed paint. Where are they? Zealot yellow and fire giant orange, and a little hint of grim black. And that kind of gave us the torso. The legs are bone, mandibles, pallid bone, and skeleton bone. I would call us a collective. We all paint, we all hobby. I just like the thought of having more than just myself. And close my eyes and imagine a room full of people painting with me. Then we're using this fire new fire lizard. And we did these wings. We're feeling a little messy. Uh, so we used different. There we go. Now, this is a product. Messy too. You can kind of see. Oh, that was good. Kind of see that little iridescence. So that stuff is this. It's dragonfly glaze. It's like a color shifting glitter glaze. Just kind of looking at how these ones are. I feel like they could probably use. Okay, maybe. They look good like that. I'll catch them light. They're a little sticky though. What I'm actually gonna do is use the cup as well. Grab my other airbrush. It's awesome, man. I'm sorry about the soreness, but like, it does feel great when you have that sense of accomplishment. Like, that's such a good feeling. And it's nice because you can get that sense of accomplishment from damn near anything too. Like sometimes when I'll do the dishes and get that feeling. Like, yeah, dishes done. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And any accomplishment is good. In the words of Ice Cube, today was a good day. To have that as a sound bite. All right, so I'm gonna hook up this other airbrush here. I'm gonna bring y'all over this way and drop that on the table. Sort of chucking some mess around left and right here. Okay. I'm gonna take some of this zoom. Bang. And we're gonna do a little bit of clear coating. Turn my airflow back on. Now I am gonna wear a glove for this because I get Verathane on my hands. I don't mind paint, but talk about Verathane, just like feels like your hand is sealed, like sealed in a layer of like car wax or something. I don't know. It's like a clear force field that's uncomfortable. Yeah, working for the weekend. Couldn't help it. Had to. Hmm? Pourquoi? Okay, well, here, okay, I'll show that piece off in a sec. Oh, but I'm gonna get this Varathane in, or varnish, not Varathane. Sorry, I always mix that up. I called it Varathane before too, did? No, it's matte varnish. God, get those words right, Dano. Guess we're just gonna start with the wings. So I'm just gonna take this a little bit. That kind of mats it out and hazes it up a bit. Kind of locks that in there. Might end up doing a couple coats back and forth. Like I'll seal it, speed paint it, seal it, do another layer of glitter or glitter glaze, whatever it is. There we go. Go down. Oops. There you. I'm gonna get this guy. Alright, not bad. So I'm gonna let this dry for just 2 seconds, make sure it's set. And that way I can wash, as washes over that speed paint, and it's less likely to reactivate right under me. What do we got? What compressor do I use? I haven't had no compressor yet. Pharma. Okay. Bywater's are nice. Even the clones of Bywater are nice. So, um, what I used is here. I'll just whip it right up onto the table here because it's little. Pow! That's it. It's tankless. Uh, max pressure at, I don't know if you can read that, 58 psi. It puts out zero point 0.7 cubic feet per minute at 40 psi. And it kicks on and off at 58 and 43 psi respectively. So one of the bummers about a little tankless piece like this, like it's small. I paid for this kit, like it came with this airbrush, this compressor. The pair of them were $89.99 Canadian, like less than $100 for both of them. And I also got like the cup, the jar, some basic stuff for it. It was like a little kit. If you're in Canada, you know what I mean when I say crappy tire, or you know where the brand Mastercraft comes from. But yeah, Canadian Tire for $90 basically. I got that little tankless compressor and that airbrush. My other airbrush is a Master, I think it's an S622, and they're all bottom siphon. Now, I feel like bottom siphon gets a bad rep. I have like a bunch of jars, so I can pre-mix my paint even in those and just go back to it whenever. That said, they do have some flow hiccups. They can be a pain to clean out. Like having to sit there and clean a dozen jars after using them all is a bitch. But for $90, I couldn't say no. It's like, all right, here's an airbrush. Like I'll start with this. If I was to upgrade my gear, I'd probably go with a tankless compressor first. Or sorry, a tank. I get rid of the tankless and get a tank compressor, because that will cause less condensation. So when you're priming or when you're spraying varnish like I just was, when you're doing small jobs, it doesn't heat up too much. It does the job pretty nicely. But if you're doing a lot of airbrushing, that little guy will start getting hot because he's always kicking back on. Or it's just like as you're spraying, it's just like it just runs as you're painting. When it heats up, it'll heat up the air that it's compressing, and that hot air will travel through your hose and it'll condense as it travels through your hose, and then your hose will get wet on the inside, and the pressure will build water. Like it'll push that wetness all the way up to your airbrush. So once it's consistently hot and running, if you leave your airbrush for a second and then hit the air again, it'll actually like spit water out of the airline. Like it won't mix with your paint, it'll just water. So if you're painting, stop, do something, and then go back, it'll and spit water spots all over that smooth finish you just did. So that can be a real pain. You can use water trap. You can use like things to trap moisture and wick the water away. Sometimes I have two hoses, so if it's getting really bad, I'll just switch my hose and leave one. Like I'll hang it and let it dry. But really, you just need the compressor to cool. So if you have a tank, the tank will actually hold the moisture. Like the moisture that builds up will condense in the tank and settle, and is less likely to enter your hose. And then you can just drain your tank. And it keeps the compressor from kicking on. Like it'll fill the tank, and then you use the tank. And while you're using the tank, the compressor engine's cooling off. And by the time it has to kick on again and fill the tank again, It's been a few minutes, so it keeps the compressor from working itself apart. But yeah, the size is very convenient. Like I have like a 2 horsepower, 6 gallon like an automotive workshop compressor, and it's huge and it's noisy as hell. Like when it kicks on, it's like it can make you jump. Um, but it's also kind of overkill. Like I don't need my gun to shoot 100 psi. That make my gun my brush explode. Yeah, yeah. That is the other thing. This thing is actually. I'm just gonna let the air go. Like I'll bring this thing right to my head. That's about as loud as it gets. So it's quite quiet, which is nice. I guess if I really wanted to, like, you know, go balls out, I could hook up a giant modal master. And it has the 6 gallon, 2 giant tanks basically that I could paint for like I don't even know how long before it runs out. But it's noisy, it's inconvenience, it's like the polar opposite of that. Like that's almost underwhelming, and the other one's too overwhelming. So if you can find a halfway point, I think Master makes like it's like it looks like a compressor like this, but it's hooked up to a tank under it, just like a small cylinder it sits on top of, and it has a regulator. That's what you want. Because this thing has no regulator. It's all or nothing. I can't turn down the spray. Like I can't use less pressure, and sometimes you want less pressure for finer detail, I guess. Yeah, that was the main draw for me. You know, $90 at Canadian Tire for an entire airbrush kit. Can't go wrong with that. It's a great deal. All right, so this varnish should be dry. Let's get to it. I'm gonna start a little wash on this guy. Come here, you. Good old Nuln oil. We know it, we love it, we spill it everywhere. Let's pop this up a little. Give you a little better view. Oh, where'd you go? There you are. There you are. Get in there. All the 12-4 figures. Woo! Hit boy. Love it. That is. Love it. Yeah, we're big Fallout fans here. Actually have the Pit Boy, like a legit Bethesda made, not Bethesda made. Yeah, but that was like the OG. Yeah, we got like a first gen Pit Boy that you gotta slide your cell phone into, but you gotta slide in an ancient cell phone. But it was cool. You could actually wear your Pit Boy and use your phone app to like connect with the game. So like if you, oh, it was actually kind of cool. You say it was ineffective, but like you could be playing and be like, oh crap, I gotta re-equip something, and instead of going into the menu, you could legit go and like mess with your Pit Boy on your phone, and it would change like, oh, I need to re-equip my gun, and I need to put on a different, a hazmat suit. Just do that on your Pit Boy, and it's done in game. So that was actually a really cool part of it. Yeah, I want to dilute this null oil just a bit, so I'm going to take a little brush load, a couple brush loads, pop it in there, and come back with a wet brush load of water, put a few little drops in there. Turn off that fan. Guys, noise. I'm just going to drag this around just a little. It's almost like I'm more just like poking and pointillism and actually painting with this. Touching spots up. Letting it bleed off my brush. Trying to get it into those deep spots. And if we're taking a look, it's uh, does look like I am getting a little bit of this yellow. Probably could have let the varnish dry a little. That's okay. Whatever does bleed is gonna make a nice little olive color. Oh, kind of want it more focused on the joint than the actual thing. I'm gonna give a little bit to olive. Oops, left the screen. Sorry. The hive mind. Yeah, that pile of shame is it just never seems to get smaller. I kind of at a spot where it's like try not to let it get too much bigger or smaller. It has its assumed size. I love that idea. No prime demons. ever tried painting something? I've heard people say that, like, oh, if you just give them a good scrub with soap and water, and make sure there's none of the mold release or residue on it, and you can just paint right on the plastic. I haven't really had success ever painting. I've never really tried painting plastic, but like those the wings that we just did are like we painted these without primer. I feel like this part here a little busty. Yeah, I did salto ornaments a while ago. That they were a lot of fun. It's just painting little like friends. Time for the rattle can. Yep, I'll have to wait for the day to come. Okay, so if we were to put a color on these, what do you think we should do with it? I'm thinking like a very, very light plasmatic bolt. Nope, get back. These tricky to glue in. Well, I think we'll go a very light plasmatic bolt. We'll dilute it. I think this is one of my favorite speed paint colors. I don't know why I like it so much. Tesseract glow. That's cool. Dayman. Dayman! Ah! Like hands him the spray paint. He just takes it and puts it away from him. Oh man. Go for it. What's up? Go for it. We're going for it. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. Always a pleasure having new friends, new friendly faces. Fighter of the night, man. What's he a master of? New stuff? Well, thank you. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I love having the support. Go for it painting. I'm gonna say, yeah, I think we've karate and friendship for everyone. Yeah. Greetings from Hungary. All right. Guys, we're going international, baby. We just put another country on the map. I should have a map on my work. That's what I should get. A map for my wall, and we can pin all the countries we're hitting. We're in the States. We're in Japan. We're in Hungary. We're everywhere, guys. There we go. All right. Hold on, go for it. I'm coming your way, buddy. Oh, found you. There we go. So go for it. You're subbed? Well, I know you are, but what am I? Subbed as well. I would say Super Sharky. We had a list for Super Sharky too, right? We had a link up there somewhere. Okay. Yeah, onto it. Okay, yeah. Want to make sure everyone gets the links out there. Right. All right, that's awesome. All right. So I think what we're gonna do this way. See. Yeah, yeah. YouTube sometimes gives a little bit of a what's the word? Like a barrier. But we like to share. We're link friendly, and we love to support. That's what I always say. This channel, it's not about me. It's about us. Like if I was only thinking about me, I'd just be sitting here by myself quietly, not talking. I don't even know if I'd be streaming if I was just thinking about me. I'd be like, oh, I'm doing it myself. But I very much like having team, group, good collective. Awesome. Well, go for it. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you, and have a good evening. Feel free to stop by Paint Hand Dan anytime you like. Take care. Have a good weekend too. Right. So I'm diluting some of this plasmatic bolt, and we'll see how this lands on. I'm just gonna do the whole thing with it. Just gonna slather it all on here. Why not? Say the varnish gives it a little bit of. Kind of grab the varnish a little bit. Very slidey. Do do. Get these. So I'll probably have to do a couple coats of varnish. These wings. They do look pretty good. Maybe I'm just biased to the color, but I feel like Plasmatic Bolt just, when in doubt, throw that stuff on. But cool teal, and it looks. Very clear. So we got that. A little bit of heat. Correct. Gotta stab it in there and hope it holds. Maybe it'll cool in a nice way. A little less diluted coat. Grung, some of that grung green on that. Good. Ruined, guys. I gotta start over. Do that. Just keep painting. That's the secret. Keep. Paintings are never ruined. Just maybe sometimes they take a little longer to get through that the ugly phase. Quote. Paint always goes on better when you make sound effects. The other side too. They're all coating. Pair of nice little wings. Yeah, definitely think Plasmatic Bolt is probably one of my favorites. Speed paint. That and Pallid Bone. Pallid Bone is so useful. I'm trying to think what are some other really good speed paints that are so. Oh, hardened leather. Hardened leather is that one should be like there's so much leather in these things. Boots, swords, sheaths, quivers, arrows, satchels. Whether they're old, like historic pieces, fantasy pieces, war pieces, 40K piece. Apparently, just like a good leather jacket, leather's timeless. So hardened leather. And that one gets. It's kind of one of those unassuming paints that I reached for more than I realized. Alright. Oh, damn, that's sharp. It's like stab my finger. Wings are looking nice. Yeah, there's a more of a flexible schedule. Like I said, there are, and maybe it's just I falsely perceived these pressures from YouTube that aren't there. But the trends of YouTube are like, you know, usually a final product video start to finish. So I kind of feel the pressure that live streams have to be the same way. Maybe that's false, but it does seem to be an element of, call it, freedom of activity. Like I very much feel that when I'm live streaming, I have to be painted. Me just talking to the camera and answering questions. That's that's not what YouTube wants. YouTube wants me to fulfill my painting duties by painting constantly, non-stop, however many hours I live stream. If I need to like go to the bathroom or something, no, no, that's not acceptable. And it's not true. Like that's just perception stuck in my head of like I'm streaming for 8 hours. I gotta be sitting here painting nonstop for 8 hours. So like when I say one of the first times where I like primed stuff and was like, well, now I gotta sit here and wait for a while. I gotta wait for paint to dry. How do I make this interesting? I kind of like was totally stumped. It's like, oh my god, maybe this was a bad idea. But no, most people who paint understand. It, oh wow, look at that! I didn't even realize. If you look at the base of each of these wings, that has an L there. If you can see that. Tough. But there's a little letter there that's L. This one has R2 down here. So I guess they kind of allocate where they're supposed to go. Oh, shit. Okay. Accidentally smacked the plasmatic bolt. Things right off. Yeah, it's a nice shine. We'll see how it dries. Maybe I'll hit them with some more varnish. Night scales a little tricky. Clean the edge off there. You know what, guys? I think I'm having a hindsight moment right now. So, applying this metallic night scale to this unprimed wing was not without its challenges. Now, what I'm immediately noticing is that one of these challenges was uh, the paint adhering to the primed surface. It felt like there was not much to it. But after that varnish, paint seems to stick much better. So maybe next time I have a transparent piece that I want to keep transparent, but want to paint back on, maybe I take these transparent pieces and prime them with varnish. And then the layers of paint will adhere to the varnish, but the varnish will keep the transparency. Captain Hindsight here. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could chalk that up to more learning than hindsight. Back and forth. Take a little bit of this leftover plasma and put it in the eyes of this guy. A little bit of flow to the eye. Alrighty. Yeah. looking good. Okay, still looking good. Looking good. Uh, you have a schedule for stream? Yeah, I stream Friday nights, kind of my midnight oil. Yeah, it'll be somewhere between 8 and 9. It's usually around 8:30, 9 o'clock Friday night, and I'll just you know paint into the morning kind of, or like usually around 2 or 3. We're at 4 hours now, and I think I started before my camera shut down earlier. I was at about we're looking at about 5 hours. I think this is going to be a good point at the 4 hour mark to take a quick little bathroom break, little refill break. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. You gotta 2 a.m. I don't know if you're going to be, walking the dog or feeding the pets at this time. But if there's anything you gotta do, stretch your legs, grab a refill and a snack. I'm gonna do the same. I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. And by then, hopefully these wings will be nice and dry by then. So I'll just take a little break. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm kind of insomniac. My sleep schedule. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick little break. We're not ending the stream. We're just taking a little break. Um, so yeah, bear with, and I'll be right back in just. Well, that's way close. What happened? There we go. Yep, hope you all got your snacks, your pepperoni sticks, and your soda. Yeah, yeah, it hits close. Or even closer. Hmm. I've never snacked on my paints fully, but I'm just kidding. I eat my paint all the time. These are still looking a little tacky here. Oh, yeah, I'm showing you this camera. Not even there we go. So these are looking pretty nice, if I do say so myself. They're a little wet, but as they're drying, I can still see that glitter through them. Kind of exactly what I want. Ooh, get back there. All right, moment of truth. All right, fit. There we go. There we go. Mic check. Perfect. Nice. And good old space wolf. What's wrong with those? Those are like the staple. All right. Here we go. There, like it never happened, guys. Perfect. And I gotta go. I'm gonna go put it back on the shelf before I drop it again. Be right back. Perfect. Whee! All right. Yeah, she's so good. Just a little battle damage. All right. Looking nice. Perfect. kind of want to like take my airbrush and just start blasting air at this. I know that's not the right idea. It's not a good play. It'll just make a mess. Splatter the little coolies that it's making. I want it to dry, darn it. This is what we'll do while we wait. Get some, break out some grays. Yeah, if you built it and glued it once, you can build it and glue it again. Yeah, there's a I guess like a tricky fine line. It's like when you do conversions and stuff, you're always breaking them apart and putting them back together and reposing, repositioning. So it's too bad. But there's that like that pain of going, oh, my wonderful piece of art. Oh, kicking the feels when one of your pieces gets damaged. And even if you glue it back seamless, it's like you know it broke, so you know there's a seam there, even if you can't see it. Like if you handed it to a stranger, they'd be like, "It's perfect." And you'd be like, "Oh, there's a seam right there that I had to glue and it's broken," even if they don't see it. We're just gonna take this big old bluey brush, and I'm just gonna go over the base here, smash some gray on it, kind of like olivey gray. I think it has a. Does this have a match color? Matches field gray. This would be Army Painter Field. Yeah, it does look like it has a bit of an olive to it. Kind of I want to say it's kind of a warm gray. I don't really do any zenithal or base. I probably could have put a little more attention to base as well while I found these snap or slap chop, snap chop. I snap chopped the tank. But I suppose I could probably put a little more attention in that slap chop to the base. A highlight, low light, instead of just using basic, very white base that fine. And we can cover it with some Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, resin. Quite. Oh man. Just yeah. The little piece of you died that day. Drag to another parallel. Last gray down. See? Get out the good old egg rack. Racks of eggs. Yeah, go back and forth. Almost. Almost. Yeah. So, odd question. Has everyone here spilt the ceremonial egg racks and or Nolna oil? What's the worst spills you've had? Yeah. Yeah, I think at that point you can't really fix it. I think at that point you're just scraping it up for whatever bits you can salvage. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like I've done like little call it like one shot D&D campaigns with friends and stuff. Uh, Getting a group together to do like a full campaign. Like I have the box, or I got the Mines of Phandelver kit, and full intentions of like DMing for a group. You know, I got my minis. I bought a bunch of goblins and some bugbears and some party characters and full on like guys, let's do this. And the hardest part of it is actually getting a consistent play group. At least that's how it felt. But yeah, for the most part, I probably play way more than I play. I don't really play war. Nothing against it. I just it seems very complicated. I don't have the rules, you know, or not know, but like I know there's like you need like codexes, stuff like that. Things that will tell you what parts of your army do what, or what you know, abilities or stats your characters have. I'm just not as familiar with that. And there's I used to play a lot of MTG. I still play MTG, but there's an arms race that, like, if you play Magic cards, you'll know that, like, it's an ongoing arms race. It does not stop. Like, whatever cards you use to win that last game you played, you know, whoever you played with is going to be on the lookout for however you did that, and now you got to find a new way. So I find that arms race is very difficult to keep up with, and I probably just have trouble keeping up with a second arms race. Kind of dropped out of the Magic arms race. Damn, I can't afford all this. I can. People are building new decks every month. I will say I do share that last 15 years. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty steady arms race to be in. No surprises by the sounds of it. Yeah, I think I probably have. I was to look at my one-off pieces. Which pieces would probably be the largest collective? It's probably my Necrons. Yeah, the Neon Joka dynasty. And it's not even like I don't even know what it would be in points. It's like, I don't know, a little over a dozen troops, a Sporpek Lord, an Overlord, a Royal Warden, a big tall thingy, I think it's a Reanimator, a Canoptic Spider I haven't built yet, Scarab Forms, some troops, some Robo Bugs. Ooh, a little drop, and I dumped that out. Involuntary aggro. Wet it up. Let's see. Grimy, dirty brown. Oh. What? Here, let's do. Oh, it's actually a couple there. This is the most recent one I painted. I haven't posted a picture of this guy yet. Oop. I think it's called. So the other cool thing about him is if I did him on this. Get tall, camera. So, let's see if this will reach. One of the cool things about him is shut that off. Like, really see? There is a black light glow. So when you hit it with the black light, all that blue, pink, and purple has a bit of a glow. And with the green on its course. So you can probably you see that pink light up. It's like that. It's like too bright. Kind of see there. So, and I just use Army Painter fluorescent airbrush paints for that. Um, I'll mix the fluorescence into normal paint sometimes, or I'll just use raw fluorescence. Yeah, I think there's a level of yeah, competitive MTG would be the comparison. Um, yeah, I think there's a level of like my guess would be in kind of the same sort of circle of magic is, you know, people will put some people will put big money into these hobbies. You know, like someone with a commander deck worth, tons, and it's like, whoa, that's like I don't want to call it pay to win, but like if you're willing to fork out the money for putting a library of Alexandria in every deck you have, which is a very expensive card, you know, you're probably serious. Like you wouldn't want to get beat by someone with a cheap, chumpy deck if you've, spent years refining and improving and doing all that stuff. So I could see. the whole meta thing. I've never really liked the idea of a meta in anything. So like Magic, like not even like I'll take it as far as like video game. When you're playing an online game and people are like, this is the meta build. Like Call of Duty, you need this gun, this loadout with these attachments, and you will just clean up. Like I will hear that and intentionally be like, total opposite. Let's go, baby. Like I don't know. I find that it's less fun taking someone's idea and running with it, or it's less fun just going out, buying the most OP stuff you can get your hands on, and then just laying claim to victory like that. I'd rather bumble my way with a bit of luck. I also live dangerously. Ah, okay, are these dry yet? Please tell me you're dry. Dry enough. They're getting another coat. Just gonna give these quick. Hmm. That should seal those up nicely. A moment more. Yeah, we're almost at. Damn. Well, I'm looking at the clock now, guys, and I'm actually closing in on 3 in the morning right now. So I'm probably gonna have to. Uh, Alrighty. Well, this egg rack bath I gave to its face still thing. crazy with that a little. Even crazy. A little heavy. Dab, 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 dab. Alright. Very nice. Rock it a bit. But I don't think I'll have time this evening for that, unfortunately, because I'm just past 3 a.m. and closing it. It's almost 6 hours. I'm just gonna tighten these up, get my brushes in a little bit of wash. Probably flush the varnish out of that airbrush before I glue it shut. Kind of totally seize it up with gunk. Brush is a little bit of a clean shape. Oh, good. Oh, dude, my pleasure, man. Thank you for stopping by. Good old vanilla class. Yeah, Commander's uh, it, it it depends on how you play. Like I have decks that are they'll kind of do random stuff. You know, every time you play them, they'll do different crap because of combinations of cards. Some people build Commander decks to do like one thing and one thing only, and have like 100. It'll be like one win condition and like a million tutors to get it. That's less fun. I like decks that you're gonna just get random stuff and it'll be near impossible to play it the same twice. Then you don't get bored. It's always a new adventure. But it's also tough because then it's almost like you're learning the deck every time you play it. And then you miss stuff. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty much clean. Yeah. I'm just I'm literally just washing with this stuff. This stuff is called Gentastic's Drunken Brush Goop. Um, Don't know too much about Gentastic, but I will say this stuff is excellent. Like, if you look at that, it's actually washing the paint off my hand, which is pretty cool, but it is really good for cleaning your brushes and reshaping your bristles. I find I'll split mine if I'm pretty sloppy with my paint. So it's almost just like if any of you guys shaved with like the old school shaving soap and the brush, it kind of seems to lather itself up like that. But then once it gets wet and goopy, you can use it to like shape the bristles of your brush. Like, for example, I'll take this Citadel brush, get some of this, wet it up, get some of this goopy on. Just kind of roll it in the goop with a little pull and twist. And then to reshape them, I'll use the crease of my hand or something. I'm just gonna leave it like that. So you can see it's got a nice point back to it. And I'm just gonna let it dry like that. And then when I come back to it, dunk in a little water, give it a nice shape, and it's like hair gel to where it should. Literally hunts for cards. Yeah, a lot of people do that. It's referred to as tutoring, but a lot of people will tutor for cards. The way they'll kind of run a deck usually is like they'll have half the deck is win conditions, or like a third of the deck is win conditions, a third of the deck is protections, and a third of the useful deck is like tutors to get the other two. Yeah. Okay, guys, I think I'm pretty much tidied up, cleaned up. I'll save you the agony of me cleaning the varnish out of my airbrush. Um, so we'll do our quick little recap. We took this Hellwasp, we primed him, we painted him, and gave him some green eyes, zealot yellow, some fire giant orange, some grim black, some bone, pallid bone, glitter green eyes, grung green highlights on the eye, a little more pallid bone, edge highlighting on the legs and the mandibles there, some Nuln Oil and some egg rack washed with his abdomen, some field gray, some egg racks on the base. I broke a tank and then fixed it. uh, we rocked some cool shirts, the dank drip, and we did the wings here. And we painted some night scales. We painted some dragonfly, iridescence, and we varnished, and we plasmatic bolted, and then we varnished again. And I'll probably come back and glue these on tomorrow. Maybe finish up the face tomorrow. Oh, that's no good. getting caught up here. Yeah, yeah. There is a bit of a divide, and there is a learning curve. Yeah, and it is. Well, that's the other thing too. It's like some cards are so goddamn expensive, and it feels like pay to play. And if you have a cool group that doesn't mind and just wants, like, for love of the game, you could take a proxy, just take like a land card, put a piece of tape on it, and write Black Lotus on it. And be like, that's my Black Lotus. Bang. You know, $100,000 playing card. Spending. I don't even have that. If I had that, I'd have a house, not a card. So, like, what the hell? Yeah, I'm not spending that money to kind of win a game. I'll take a land card and draw on that kind of bread. But if someone's like, "Oh, you can't use that. You got to spend, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on cards to win." Like, come on. Same addictions and piles of shame. Yeah. Oh, Magic's a weird pile of shame. You'll have cards that you don't use by the, I want to say dozen, but it's. All right. So, all right, guys. I think that's me for the evening. I really appreciate everyone who came and hung out tonight. Thank you for putting up with my bumbling with my cameras earlier. That was kind of tricky. I don't know what happened to it, but hopefully I'll have that solved by next session so it doesn't happen again. Yeah. So really good night tonight. I felt like we had some new viewers, some new people pop in. Um, we're growing, we're spreading across the world, guys. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for stopping by. It's always fun. It's always a pleasure to have you with me. This would be a lot more, not a lot more, a lot less enjoyable and a lot more, antisocial if I didn't have you guys. You can get lonely at this desk. Let's be real. So I want to say, thank you very much. Love you guys. Love yourselves. Love each other. And I appreciate you. Good night.